Pardon the hiccup in the original live stream, the first part of today. We were hoping that we could get through the entire day without being booted offline. Unfortunately, that did not happen, so this is the part two of the Perpetual Cauldron. Be back soon. Thank you for sticking around for part 2 of today's Perpetual Cauldron. We were hoping to live stream straight through, but unfortunately we lost internet during the original, or the first portion of today's live stream. So this is part 2. At first I was pretty disappointed that we weren't able to live stream continuous without a loss of internet, disrupting the magical flow that we were trying to create here. But we scrambled and ran upstairs and got things taken care of and started the next session here that you're watching now. And after we got that rolling, I went back to the original part 1 now to retitle it. And I wanted to know in that live stream where exactly did we lose internet. So I brought up the video, scrolled to the end, and watched the last minute or so. And it really showed me something pretty magical. You see, that live stream ended, unbeknownst to me, while I was reading off a list of names ancestors submitted to be included in today's live stream, in tonight's ceremony. But that internet connection died just as I was walking off the stage, completing the list reading. It didn't die before that, leaving the list unfulfilled. Some magic held that internet connection together until that list was honored, and that's when it chose to die. So before I sit down and light the next ancestral fire and read the next list of names, I'd first like to honor and thank the energies, the deities, the elements, the ancestors, all of those things that bind us together as one spiritual voice, and thank them all for allowing that connection to last until the reading of that list was completed. We cannot acknowledge our magic, our spiritual way, without first acknowledging where it came from. Every drop of magic that runs through your bones, every piece of magic that infuses your very DNA, every bit of magic that is you, is vibrant, is strong, is powerful, is moderated with logic and common sense. Your magic lacks impulse, but thrives with spontaneity. All of those things that make you who you are. The good, the bad, and the unknown. The mundane and the magical are all yours because of the existence of those that came before you. Fires around me, the candles burning. They represent the fires of our ancestors, the flames that heated their homes, warmed their souls, lit their nights, exposed the shadows. It is that sacred element of fire, the fire that gives life and existence to everything that is in existence today. The ground you stand on, the water you drink, the air you breathe, the fires that you warm your homes and cook your food with, all originated in the stars. The birth of a star creates the elements. The death of a star expels the elements out into the vast unknown, into the universe, in all directions. And through some miracle of happenstance, we as a collective soul stumbled across this little blue planet that came into existence through the congealing of the elements cast out by the burning fires of past suns. We chose this place as our home, a place to plant our feet on firm ground, a place to breathe in the fresh air, a place to swim in the cool, cleansing waters, a place to sit on a chill evening as we watch the flames of a fire throw forth sparks that rise into the night, becoming little stars. That is what these candles represent, all of that and so much more. The fires of our ancestors have all burned out, have gone cold, the ashes lost to time. But the energy of those fires was not destroyed, it was not lost, it was transmuted into potential energy. An energy that I now harness to light a new fire. Fire that is created from all that was. A fire now that burns with the potential of all that can and will be. A fire lit by our hands but guided by our ancestors. Kelly Knight, Josie Wales, Annie Oakley, Billy the Kid, Doc Holliday, and Mae West. I love and miss you all dearly. Ella Roach, Amy Johnson Hill, Stanley Roach, Gertrude Lutens, Frank and Judy Roach, Amanda Butler, Kathleen Roach, Aiden Millette, Mary Fawn, and Blake Booth. These are just some of the ancestors that we are honoring now. We take our hopes, our dreams, our desires, our wants, our wishes to be cast into these flames, to be energized, to be ignited. Forgot to put water in the pitcher. I use the element of water to cleanse these flames and to send the steam and the smoke rising, carrying our wishes, our hopes, our wants, our desires, our dreams, our goals forward, high into the sky, to mix and mingle with the element of air, to wrap the earth in that energy of growth, of manifestation. And at the very outer limits of the sky, where the space touches the very edges of our atmosphere, I ask that that vibration of creation, of manifestation, of hopes, dreams, and desires vibrate into that great void that is full of potential, of energy waiting to be tapped into, to be drawn forth, transmuted and manifested into what it is that we seek. Our ancestors have walked this path before us. They have tripped, they have stumbled, they have tumbled, they have fallen, and then they rose. And with scratched knees, battered bones, and bruised skin, they trudged forward. They fought. They fought to survive, but they didn't fight to survive just for themselves, because knowing deep within themselves, they knew that their survival meant your future existence. They did not know you then, but they know you now. Honor them. Allow them to be the strength behind you. Allow them to withstand with you. It is their combined experiences, their combined strengths that buttresses you, that holds you aloft as you step forward onto this path of the unknown, the spiritual path that is yours alone, but walked with you by an unbroken chain of ancestors, a chain that reaches back deep into the past. That is what connects you to your future. Take hold of that chain, for it holds all of the answers that you will ever ask of who you are, who you're meant to be, what you're meant to do, where you're meant to go. Return in another hour to read another list of names. Until then, stay magical. here in a few moments, I'm going to have a cup of coffee first, or at least get it started. But here in a few moments, I'm going to read something that Gussy and I wrote several years ago. It's what for me, it was the inspiration behind becoming public in such a way that I have in the ways of witchcraft. So give me just a moment and I'll start the reading. Just about ready. Can you see the kitten sleeping in the chair? Boog always seems to know when we're filming. This is a writing that Gussy and I did a few years ago. Some of you may have heard it before. We've read it a couple of times. We made a small video with me narrating via this reading or this writing. For me, it's really come to mean quite a bit to me because, well, it inspired me to start being a very public witch. Burn, Witch, Burn by Gussy and Grymm. In the beginning, we had to remain hidden. Our dark secrets shared from mother to daughter and father to son, keeping our magic alive. We told the stories of the fairies in hushed tones by the light of our candles. We grew the food for life in our gardens, but hidden in the rows we hid our secrets, the herbs that healed our wounds and treated our illnesses. Our ways, our rituals, our lives lived in the shadows. During the day, we tended the gardens and hunted the woods. We walked with our neighbors through the village streets and blended in with our community. There was fear in our lives. We feared our knowledge of the goddess would be discovered. Our churches feared those like us lived amongst them. Mothers used stories of dark mysteries and evil spirits to control their children. We feared that one day angry voices would be heard outside our door, and upon stepping out of our home, we would be greeted by a mob of men chanting, "Burn! Witch, burn the witch!" So we lived our secrets. We mixed our potions and we whispered our spells. To the goddess we prayed, and to the god we asked for favors. We waited until the sun fell to the earth and moonlight ruled the night to gather in our circles. In the cover of the trees, we danced to the chants of our ancestors. We cast our spells under the stars, knowing we could never be discovered, working our magic in the harsh light of day, for the day was our enemy. In the light, we could be found, and in that finding, be bound and cast into the flames of judgment. And as the fire charred our skin and cooked our breath, over the sounds of the flames, we would hear the chant, "Witch, burn the witch!" So we lived our secrets. Our children were told the stories, and they told their children the stories. For generations, the way of the witch, the way of the goddess was passed down. We stayed hidden. We remained silent. Yet, we had our ways. We became midwives and healers. We brought life into the world, and we treated the illness of the day. And slowly, over many centuries, we crept out of the night. While we still embraced the moon and hid our deepest secrets from our neighbors, we were slowly accepted by those that lived around us. When our village needed a tincture to help heal the burn of a child who stepped too close to the flame, we were there. We would answer the knock on our door in the middle of the night to a husband worried for his expecting wife. Slowly, the fear we all lived faded. Though when the blight struck our village, when the rain stopped falling and our crops withered, when our animals died, there would be still some that would gather in the taverns or in the churchyard and in hushed voices talk of witches living among them. That is why the rains have stopped, or the illness took so many away, and again the hunt would continue, and the chant would start again. "Witch, burn the witch!" And again we would return to our clearings in the dark woods, and in those woods, in the evening mist, we would cast our circles, light our candles, speak the sacred word to the goddess. We would ask for life-giving rain, or an end to the blight, a cure to the illness. We would pray for our community. The night would give us shelter, and the moonlight, our book of... The night would give us shelter, and by moonlight, something about our book of shadows, I messed that part up. And the moon lit our book of shadows as we searched for a way to help our village, ever mindful that the same village would cast us into hell when they discovered us. These were the way of the witch since time forgot, The curse of the god and goddess is to live in fear of discovery. The first witch who whispered her first spell forever doomed us to living in the night, protected by the darkness. Shadows became our friends, and cats became our companions. Through the ages, we learned to practice our ways and to teach our magic. And through the ages, we learned to fear the chant of, "Witch, burn the witch." We found our way, though. We may have hidden the magic within us, but we did not deny it to those who needed it. When a mother worried over an ill child would whisper, we would whisper to her that we could help. Come to the house at the end of the lane with the purple door when the sun goes down. There you will find the help you need. And she would come, and in secret tones we would give her the herbs and oils and intone the goddess words that bring love and light. And in times our door would be knocked on by more and more mothers and fathers worried for the health of a loved child. We walked again through the city without fear because those around us learned. They learned that those that lived behind the purple door were not to be feared. We were not to be hunted to the evil chant of "Witch, burn the witch," but sought out for our secret knowledge. And when a stranger would come upon the village in need of health, our neighbors would say with loud and confident voices, "Come to the house at the end of the lane with the purple door when the sun goes down. There you will find the help you need." The story of the witch, condemned and cast into the flames, is not a unique tale. It is not a tale exclusive to the witch. That is why this writing has come to mean so much to me. Because I understand that though there are ancestors of mine that have faced the flames, not all of them have faced it for the name of witch. Societies and cultures throughout time and all of history of man have condemned others to various forms of flame. Those with different beliefs, those with different skin, those with different eyes, those with different genders, those with different preferences, cast into the flames of judgment. When that chant, "Burn, witch, burn," is thrown about, it is not just the witches that they are wanting to cast into the flames. It is any that is different from them. As witches, we must stand as beacons of strength and light. Our ancestors were cast into the flames of judgment. Let not their lessons be lost. Allow them to speak their truths through us. Allow them to live their lessons through us. As witches, it is important to understand that when any one group is singled out and cast into the flames of judgment, we ourselves are being judged because we also are different. But as witches, we understand that we have the strength of the ancestors, the gods, the goddesses, the mothers, the fathers that came before us, standing with us, behind us, around us, supporting us, lending their strength, their magic, their fire to ours. When any one group is singled out, we as witches must stand strong and in one voice unite and decry that judgment. Not with venom, not with hatred, not with spite, but with love, understanding, caring. That is how unity is created. And for those that would turn a blind eye, turn their backs on that message of love and unity, we're not speaking to them. We are speaking to those lost and broken, marginalized souls of every race, color, creed, orientation, way of thinking, spiritual growth path, religious ideology. We are seeking within those groups for those that will hear the voice, that it matters not how you identify, what your religion is, what your race may be. It is about what your heart and soul projects. Those are who we speak for and to. Those that choose to ignore those words of love and understanding and kindness, we ignore. And if ignoring them enrages them further, that is when we growl. That is when we snarl. But it is a growl and a snarl and a bite in defense of our greater community. Our community of people, of souls, of sovereign entities, walking a path of spiritual growth. We unite in love and unity, but we will fight in love and unity against any that will repress another. We are witches. We come from a lineage of them that were judged and cast into the flames of judgment. The pain, the misery, the agony that they felt while being burned gives us strength to stand and fight against any and all forms of oppression. Every ancestor that fell because of any belief that deviated from the norm lends their strength, their lessons to you. Accept it and use their voice to magnify yours so it can be heard in this cacophony of hatred and hurt that is being spread throughout the world. Mother, Father, God, Goddess, I call upon you now. I ask for the inner serenity that we need to hear the voices of our ancestors. I ask for the peace that we need to enact the magic that our ancestors have given us in such a way that it benefits not just ourselves and our family and our children, but our communities. And as each community becomes stronger, unified in one goal, that goal of acceptance, that energy will spread and grow. I ask to hear the lessons of the ancestors that have gone before us, that have fallen to judgment. To those ancestors that have felt the pain of war because they were different, the pain of fire because they were different, the pain of exclusion because they were different from what the authority said they needed to be. I ask that we be given the strength to stand within our own authority. To give us the courage to walk on this path in a sovereign manner, but in a way that harms none. I ask that we learn the lessons of our ancestors so we don't make the same mistakes that have been made in the past. I ask all of this for myself, for my family, for my friends, for my greater community, for my coven, for my coven's families and friends and community. Through this web of connection, we will touch all in some way, shape, or form. My existence is sovereign, but is not isolated. Let the energy that I project forward be that of love, unity, peace, understanding, and acceptance. I ask for the strength to ignore the things that I cannot change. If I cannot ignore them, I ask for the strength to understand them and to speak upon them with clarity, love, and understanding. I ask for those that would do the oppression to push people into the flames of judgment. I ask for their hearts to be opened so the collective light of all of our love and understanding can be projected into that heart so that they too could be changed. Not changed into what we think they need be, but changed into who they actually are as a sovereign being, walking their own sovereign path. I ask this and all that is good for all energies that serve our greatest and highest good be wrapped around us. All energies that do not serve the greatest and highest good of myself and the collective community of all of us be cast away. Returned to source, recycled, renewed, refreshed, re-energized as neutral energy that we can pull upon and mold and manifest into our own wishes, dreams, and desires. So mote it be. I'll be back in approximately 10 minutes to read another list of names. mind the background noise. I'm just getting ready to get on stage and here do the next step of reading the ancestors' names. That last hour's worth of reading on the ancestors' names, the ancestral fire got a little aggressive. You know, we're doing this year's Perpetual Cauldron from the old church here in Horton, Michigan. It's a church that was built in 1906 by the Methodists and the Unitarian Church. The two congregations combined their funds and built themselves a church. In time, the church was no longer being used by either congregation. They were able to secure other lands and build new buildings. And this church was left vacant, but not alone. See, this building was created by man, who cleared the ground, leveled the land, built the bricks, mixed the mortar, felled the trees, hewed the lumber. All in a time before power tools and modern conveniences that electricity allows. Each brick made by hand. Each stone in the foundation dug up and placed with the intentions of building something solid, something that will stand. In that way, this building isn't so indifferent from any other historic structure that stands anywhere in the world. Each one built on a foundation that was meant to last. Those foundations were created by our ancestors. They weren't just faceless, unknown people that built a building. No. They were a part of you. They built these foundations strong and secure to hold up their buildings. But in their lives, too, they attempted to build foundations that were just as strong and lasting. And because you are here today, that lends proof that they succeeded. However they lived, however they died, they were capable of building a foundation that you now stand upon. These flames around me, these candles that are lit, represents the flames of our ancestors. their fires, the fires that lit their paths, that warmed their souls and their homes, that cooked their food, that provided them with life. That's what these candles are. That's what they represent. Now those fires have long gone cold, ashes lost to time. But fire cannot truly destroy. It can only make something new. That fire that burned in your ancestors' hearth now burns here and now in this candle, in this flame, that is used to ignite your inner fire. That fire that burns deep in your belly. Those coals that warm you, that are from within. When you feel that burn, that fire, that energy, know that it came not just from you, but from those that came before you. Bear with me as I ignite this. It's taking a minute. The last one got carried away. Let's hope this one doesn't happen too. Nope. Not quite yet. We're getting there though. I'm not truly after the flame. I'm after the embers. Those embers are the spark that ignites your inner fire. As the ancestor fire burns, it turns to coal. That coal turns to smoke. That smoke represents all that you want to be, all of your dreams, all of your hopes, all of your desires, all of the magic that you want to manifest in your life rides on the smoke. It rises into the air. The air that surrounds the earth that you stand upon, the air that you breathe. You're breathing in the magic that is created here and now in this moment. Take it in, feel it, infuse you. That is the energy of yourself, of your ancestors, and the combined magic of all that are watching now and in the future. Breathe it in. All of the potential that is floating around freely within the universe is yours to grab and bring within yourself. Your ancestors are on the other end, guiding you towards your next best step. Mary Vaughn, Blake Booth, Verla Marks, Verla, can't pronounce the last name, but I feel it in my heart. Barbara Lenting Miles, Cora Vanderblog, John, Jim, Tina Young, Joanne Marie, Pat Condrum, William Billy Condrum, Michael Mickey Condrum, Paula Pratt, Charles Pratt, Clara Condrum, Alex and Mary Dombrowski, Beverly and Jerry Beckman, Jerry Bubbles, George Jetson, Marion Lockhart, Ella Henler, Sister Susan McMinnon, Pam Gamble and her mother, Claire, Richard, Saul, Joseph, Esther, Valerie, Molly, Bill, Katie, Romeo, aka Monkey, Brandy, Sparky, Rusty, Kitty, Kelly, Ed, and Teresa. These are the ancestors' named, no less important than the ancestors' unnamed. May the hopes, dreams, and desires that they held for their future generations be lived out through you in the most magical and wonderful way. May we feel those ancestors behind us, holding us, supporting us, withstanding with us as we walk forward on this most beautiful, magical, sovereign path. I'll see you in an hour as I read off more names. Stay magical. again. In the background of this live stream that we're trying to keep going until 9 p.m. tonight before we start the actual Perpetual Cauldron ceremony. In the background of all of that, I'm upstairs monitoring the feed and keeping caught up on comments that are coming in from various locations. I don't get a lot of opportunity to really analyze and think for myself what this means to me, what it means to Gussy and I. We've been hosting the Perpetual Cauldron off and on pretty consistently now for...
Since like 2015?
Yeah, about 2015. Started out, I think, as a cauldron of healing for the pets. I think that's how that first started, isn't it?
Well, our first Perpetual Cauldron for Samhain was...
2015?
Yes.
Okay. We know that we're going to be doing the Perpetual Cauldron every Samhain. It's become kind of a routine, a part of our way of celebrating this, what we feel to be a sacred day. But in the build-up to getting everything set up and making sure that the stage is set just right and proper, I personally don't get a chance to really feel what this means. I was just upstairs reading some comments. Somebody had said thank you for doing this every year. I don't remember who it was. It's a name that I honestly didn't recognize. The Perpetual Cauldron had come to mean something to them. And it does mean something to Gussy and I. As I talked about earlier, it gives us a chance to connect with those that stood before us. But on a deeper level, it gives me a chance to think about who were these people. Gussy tells me stories of her mom and her dad, what she remembers of her grandparents, and I have stories of my grandparents and my parents and cousins and aunts and uncles. But outside of that, I don't really know my ancestors. I don't know their stories. Don't know their names. Don't know where they lived other than generally. But today, it really hit me as I was looking up at some books that I have on history. And I realized that I do know their stories. I do know their names. They're the names that are written down in the newspaper chronicles, in the history books, in the blog posts, in the Facebook posts. They're the combined names of your ancestors and my ancestors and Gussy's ancestors. I do know their stories, and so do you. Whether you can recall them from one generation, 2, 3, maybe 4 generations back, they've been handed down as part of the family lore, or you were adopted and have no clue, nor hint, nor idea who your true natural family is. Open a history book, an old newspaper, an old novel. There's where you're going to find your ancestors. As much as your parents and your grandparents molded who you are as a person, the collective past of all of history is combined to create who you are as a soul, as a true human being. My ancestors are your ancestors. Your ancestors are your neighbor's ancestors. And in that way, we're all connected. A tapestry, a web woven together in such a way that it creates something absolutely beautiful. And when those threads are being stretched and pulled by outside forces, by fear and worries and war and all of that that is going on in the world today, the social distrust, the political distrust, the them against them, and that pulls and stretches and warps that connective web, but it doesn't break it. Every person that has lived before us has created an anchor from which that web is connected. And those anchors are strong, and they're pliable, and they bend and twist and move with the stresses that are put upon it. But it doesn't break. And we have our ancestors to thank for that. So when you sit back and worry about, I don't know who my ancestors are, I don't know my family story, you do. It's in that secret voice that you hear in the back of your mind at 3 o'clock in the morning when you wake up, filled with worries and stresses and can't turn your mind off. Take a breath. Feel yourself relax into your bed and listen for the whispers, for that inner voice to change to your ancestors. They'll guide you. You know who they are, even if you don't know their stories. I'll be back in a little while to read some more names. Stay magical. about a half hour or so. Wow, why is the camera doing that again? Ugh. I think as the lighting changes, I don't know. Shed some more light and see if that helps. Focus on me for a moment. Nope, that didn't help. Let's get it something to focus on up close. I honestly don't know, folks. Never seen this particular video effect during a live stream before, but we'll just have to deal with it while it's happening. As I was saying, I'll be down in about a half hour or so to read off another list of ancestors' names that have been submitted to us through our various channels. Gussy is made a special request for all of you out there that are listening. If there's a name of a pet that you would like honored in tonight's ceremony, put those pets' names down in the comments as well. For pets that have crossed over. We mustn't forget that our ancestors are all two-legged, two-armed, one head, two eyes, two ears, mouth, and a nose, and look like us. Our ancestors were created from the elements of this very earth, the air, the fire, the water. And with a little bit of magic, those elements have been mixed together and life sprang forth. And that life lived, and that life died, being returned back to the elements. Regardless of what form that life took, animal, plant, insect, a whale, an ant, a human, a dog, a tree, a flower, a fish. If it held on to the magic of life at one point and was returned back to the elements which then created you, all of life becomes your ancestor, including the pets that we have had in the past, those pets that have already passed over and have returned to the elements to be recycled and renewed and regenerated into a new form of life at another time. Perhaps even you. I'll be back in a little bit to read off some more names. was just upstairs monitoring the feed, trying to figure out what's causing the pulsing. And as I'm watching the live stream from upstairs, there's nobody in the chapel here where we're doing the actual live stream from. And we can hear noises in the background. Noises that I cannot hear right now while I'm in the room. Thought I'd sit down here for a minute. Talked a little bit earlier in part one of the live stream today, first 3 hours, and I touched on it again a little bit ago. And that is, my ancestors are your ancestors, and vice versa. We're all connected through that web of ancestry. That genetic, energetic bond that connects each and every one of us to the common source of all of us, which is that spark of life. That moment our consciousness came to in this 3D reality, this place that we have come to know as Earth. The here, the now, this current reality. But we cannot neglect in remembering that what we see now, what we're experiencing now is this, in this 3D existence, isn't the only thing happening in the world around us, in the universe around us. As human beings, bound by this flesh, by the body that we inhabit, science has shown us that we only perceive about 97% of the input that is given to us. We only hear, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong number. 90% of what reality presents to us, we do not comprehend, we do not sense, we do not taste, feel it, smell it. Approximately 90% of what I can visually see, or what's out here right now, I cannot comprehend. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means I can't see it, feel it, touch it, smell it. If there's more out there, as science says there is, we just can't perceive it. We have to admit that some of what could be out there is other versions, other manifestations of who we are, living in a different reality. Maybe another 3D existence on another Earth somewhere, or more esoteric spiritual reality where you inhabit spirit form only, and you're still connected to the greater cosmos of all. We live by a set of rules, hard and fast, called physics here in this realm. And physics tells us that beyond this realm there is something more. The physicists, the scientists say the math proves it. Maybe that something more is a different version of you. A version that is more confident, stronger feeling, assertive, more capable of expressing your words in such a way that people understand who you are and what you're trying to tell them. Maybe there is that kind of reality out there somewhere where a version of you exists. During Samhain, when the veil is thinnest, we're told that's when we can access the ancestors, but that's not all of the truth. Yes, we can access the ancestors, we can sense them easier, but when that veil is fully parted, we can step through and access any aspect of reality that exists. Because our ancestors aren't bound to this 3D existence, they're bound to the all existence. The past, the present, the future, the is, the was, and the will be. And within that mix, there's a version of you that is strong, confident, magical. Reach through that veil. Seek out that version of you that you want to manifest into this reality. Find that energy. And if you're struggling, there's hands on the other side of that veil, willing to take yours and guide you to that magical version of you. Today's Samhain, the veil is thin. Today is the day for you to step through, and with the guidance of your ancestors, seek out that version of you that you want to become, knowing that you're already that version. It's time to present it. Stay magical. I'll be back shortly to read off some more names. probably can't see it right now, but there is just the cutest little black cat laying on the floor in front of the gold chair. That's his favorite place to sit sometimes, is in the gold chair. I was kind of surprised to see him on the floor. Hi there. Can I give you some love? Can I give you some love? Oh, you're a good kitty. Thanks for indulging me as I got myself some kitty cat love. We reached the top of another hour, so it's time to read some more names. Names of ancestors submitted by our followers, of people that they would like to honor during this ceremony. As I ready the cauldron, I manipulate things in the cauldron. I move the pile around. It's a pile of sage, eucalyptus, a little bit of dragon's blood, salt, and then I bind it together with wax. See, as I manipulated the pile, I was putting into it the intentions that I would like to release into the smoke of this fire, both while it's burning and after it's extinguished. Knowing that even when the last wisp of smoke rises from the cauldron and the coals sit cold, that smoke continues to rise, sending the energy of what we're wanting to manifest around the world. The candles around me represent the fires of hearths past, that light their homes, to light their way, to warm their bodies and souls, to heat their food. They're the fires of survival of life, long since extinguished, grown cold, ashes cast asunder. Though those fires are now nothing but memories of ash, we know that fire can never truly destroy anything. It just changes it, manifests it into something new. Those ancestral fires of the past have been transmuted and transformed into that inner fire that burns within you. That is this fire I light now. That inner fire is our hopes, our dreams, our ambitions, our goals. And the brighter the coals burn, the more intensely we approach those dreams and goals. For some of us, those coals have grown cool, barely an ember left to ignite that inner fire. I call upon the ancestors, the flame that lit their way, to be rekindled in this cauldron here and now. That fire is our inner fire, our inner glow, our inner passion, our inner drive. Let it grow. And as it grows, Let it release the smoke of our intentions, of all the positive things that we want to manifest in our lives, in the here and the now, as well as in the future. These flames hold the potential of all that we want to be and all that we want to become, all that we are and wish to present in this time and in this now. The smoke rises, carrying with it all that we wish to be, all of our desires, all of our dreams, drifting towards the clouds, to the sky, to the air that we breathe. Every breath magical, infused with intention to manifest a more magical version of ourselves. The air touches the outermost edges of our atmosphere, embraced by the universe, cocooned, sheltered, protected. The universe that we are a part of. A universe of potential, a universe that anything can and will happen. Let this smoke rise to that universe, presenting it with our dreams and what we wish to happen for ourselves. I ask the ancestors to guide us as we take our next best step. Ray Kendall, Donnie Reed, Miriam Jordan, Sarah Jordan Reed, Lilla Poole Reed, Jack and Helen Cronick, Dawn, June Hune, Beverly Brown, Mildred Cronick, Pansy and Earl Cronick, Martha King, Donald Byrne, Kenny Byrne, Neil Byrne, Bud Byrne, Dale Cronick, Bruce Cronick, Michael Howe, Phil Hodder, Phil Hagan. These just represent the names of the ancestors known. Let us not forget the ancestors whose names have been lost. They are still just as important, just as vibrant, just as magical, just as needed as those we know. I ask that these ancestors rise with the smoke. Rise with the smoke to the universe that is the source of us all. To the divine spark that is you. So let it be. I'll return at the top of the next hour to read a list of new names. Stay magical. This is the element of fire, lending its energy to this ceremony. May it light our way. Never mind the background noise. Just need to plug the phone back into some electricity here. You know, it takes energy to run this phone. A source of power. To allow it to do its job. It takes energy to run you as well. In today's world of trying to survive, just to make a living, our energy can get depleted, drained. We come home with the stresses and worries of everyday life weighing upon us. We sleep. Some of us don't sleep as well as others, but I can say that most of us probably don't sleep as much as we need. It's in that sleep that we get energized, recharged. When you go to bed at night, as you're laying there thinking about those things that are bothering you, that are keeping you up, those things that pull you out of bed or out of sleep early in the morning, those are the things, those thoughts, those emotions, those worries, those stresses that are draining your energy and preventing you from gaining more. So when you finally do drift off into sleep, your eyes closed, and you feel yourself sliding into that realm of dreams, in that moment, reach out to your ancestors. Because though they are not living, the energy of life long left their physical beings, the energy of their existence is still alive and vibrant, ready for you to reach for in that moment when sleep is getting ready to pull you away from this reality. reach to that energy. It will recharge you. It will help you. I'll be back in a little while to read some more names. The feed might get a little bit choppy. We're experiencing a little bit of an internet connectivity issue. Our local internet service provider isn't due to arrive until next Thursday to root out the problem. This is the fire of our ancestors. The fire that lit their way of element of fire, the element of life and renewal. We're about a half hour away, give or take, before we read the next set of ancestral names. If you are watching this, please feel free to comment below any ancestors that you would like us to honor in this ceremony, in tonight's live stream ceremony. Also, I would say, in the spirit of today, Samhain and the ancestor Perpetual Cauldron, I would recommend also checking out the Purple Door Ancestors Guild. I don't have a link for it right now, but I'll get one into the comments. But the Purple Door Ancestors Guild is a place where people are starting to gather that are seeking out ancestral magic. We do this through story sharing, genealogy research, just general conversation. It's a group of folks that are really trying to find a more spiritual connection with their ancestors. So I do recommend joining that Purple Door Ancestors Guild. I'll be back in about a half hour to read off some more names. Stay magical. We'll be back shortly to read off another list of names. I'll be resuming the reading of the names here in just a few minutes. It's not yet time for me to read the next set of names for the ancestral ceremony, but I was over here checking on the camera, making sure everything was going okay, and I see Boog over here sleeping away on his little golden throne. It's become his favorite chair. But I had to chuckle a little bit because over the last couple of days, Gussy and I realized that Boog has grown up as our little Coven cat. He came to us as the tiniest of little kittens. Kind of sickly. He was the runt of the litter. Old Boog was.
One night we were filming Witches, Whiskey, and Weed, and suddenly we heard this scratching sound, and this scrappy little black kitten had crawled up the tablecloth
Yep.
and onto our altar table where we were filming and laid right down in the middle of the table.
Right smack dab in the middle of it. Yeah, it was an episode of Witches, Whiskey, and Weed. Old Boog, as sickly and tiny and runty as he was, he scratched and clawed his way up that darn tablecloth and across the altar and flopped right smack dab down in the middle during that live stream. And he's been a participant in I don't know how many tarot readings online, how many live streams we've done, how many pictures have been taken of him, all
Right.
wrapped around some sort of magic.
He was there when our beloved familiar Tegan crossed over,
Yeah,
lying right above him.
lying right above him on his scratching post. So I see Boog sitting over here, sleeping over here at this chair that got me to thinking.
He's in our tarot card reading today.
He's in our tarot card reading today. He truly is a Coven cat in all regards. But I do have a funny story to tell you about this whole ancestral Perpetual Cauldron. Yesterday, Gussy and I were so proud of ourselves because we had discovered that if we set the stage and get everything all nice and pretty the night before, we could film a 20-minute or so segment of a static stage here with nothing going on. We go to push play and we look onto the stage and there's Boog sleeping in his little golden throne, disrupting the stage. But Gussy says, no, that's good. People will like that. She pushes play. The moment she pushes play, little Boog wakes up, or record, I mean. Little Boog wakes up, stares around for a moment, and then proceeds to groom himself.
For 22 minutes.
22 minutes.
We can't wait to show you guys.
So we do have a meditation video coming out very soon of Boog the Coven cat. 22 minutes of self-care. Thanks for sitting with me for a minute while we shared that story. I'll be back shortly to read the rest of the list, or not the rest, but more of the list of ancestors that we're going to be honoring. Stay magical. I honestly wish I could turn the camera right now. Callie the husky is laying on her back, all 4 feet pointed in the air with Gussy playing around with her. I can't decide if she's sweeping the dust up off the chapel floor or if she's just adding more hair. You know, we talk about our beloved pets quite often. They're often the topic of conversation when we're online, and they're always the topic of conversation when people are visiting. Our animals, not just ours, yours as well, I'm sure to you, take front and center stage in your lives, just as much so as if you have children. They become our children. When we lost our beloved Tegan, a true familiar to Gussy and I shared. And more than just that, a dog that was equally loved by every member of our family and gave just as much back, if not more. From the youngest of age, he was only a few months old, really, when he earned the nickname Old Man Vibe, because he was a little dog, puppy through and through, but within that, in his eyes, you can see this old man wisdom. That pooch, our Dieter's Tegan. We got him at such a young age. He was just a baby pup, rescued from the Humane Society. And he was a part of our life, our circle of majick, a great influence with us for just about a full 15 years. When he passed, Gussy and I both, though mourned his loss, we're also understanding that though his past in this physical realm, he is now with the ancestors. There are times that we can still smell his fur, his Frito-smelling toes, drift by on a current, reminding us that he was a part of our life then, just as much as he is now. We see it in our other pet, Callie, our little collie terror. She came into our lives an absolute dog, wild through and through. Shortly after we had lost Tegan to the other side of the veil. Gussy and I, not knowing that we were going to have another dog in our life so soon, in some ways resisted accepting Callie fully into our hearts when she was brought to us. But that's the thing about our pets, those animals, those birds, those fish, those lizards, those dogs, those cats, those horses, those camels, those llamas, whatever it is that you call part of your heart, they can get you to open up in such a way that you can't resist loving them completely and thoroughly. And when that connection started to develop, when that love that she obviously had for us started to be given back to her in the same quantities that she presented it, the wild started to leave her. Oh, it's still there. We can still see it. But that love between us and our animals is portrayed in a way that I can only say is childlike. Our animals play with us. They love us. They support us. They give more than we could ever present back to them. And when they pass through that veil and their physical bodies are left behind, each and every one of them are still out there. The smell of hay out of nowhere. A goldfish in a pond, bringing back memories of one that used to sit on your dresser. Little memories pop up, little clues. That's their way of saying, I'm still here for you. You can still lean on me. I'm an ancestor too. Stay magical.
I'm staring at what you're staring at, actually. And, well, that is if you're staring at the settee and chair and candelabra and fireplace and trunk and cauldron and cat named Boog, like I am. I was thinking about this old church. I've heard Grymm mention it a few times today, about the history of the people that built it and their connection to us through the veil of time. And it brings me to one of the readings I've done here recently. It was at a mystic fair, the last mystic fair we held. And it was someone's birthday. They were here celebrating a birthday, a mother and daughter. And as the mother was looking around the church, I told her there was an ancestor here of hers. And she looked around the church and she started telling me that she remembers being a young girl and coming into this church because her grandfather's funeral was held here. And so in the very space where Grymm is sitting right now, I can only imagine the number of caskets that, excuse me, have sat right in that space. And all the grief and all the sadness and all the tears and all the stories. All the stories that are cut short. New chapters started. I don't really know where I was going with that, but almost every time I look up there right now, it's what I've been thinking about is
How many?
we must have ancestors nearby. Wow.
How many coffins, yes, have sat on this stage. Mourners in the crowd, in those very pews that you're sitting in now.
But also jubilant moments. How many brides and grooms have stood there as well?
Yes.
Starting life anew, brand new chapters. Babies baptized or blessed, as it were.
So there's a balance to everything, if we allow it to happen. So when we try and resist that natural balance, that ebb and flow of magic that surrounds us all, that's when chaos becomes uncontrollable. Chaos is all around us. It exists. It's inherent to being alive. I can't control what you do, what Gussy does, and what the moon does. That's chaotic. Randomness. But if you allow natural balance to start to take hold in your life, chaos becomes manageable. You can pluck out of chaos only what it is that serves your greatest and highest good. Allowing others to do the same thing, each of us plucking from that chaos of infinity, of all possibility, each of us grabbing only what serves our greatest and highest good. That's when we all start to live and exist in balance with each other. Yes, there were many coffins that sat on this stage, mourners in the crowd. Grief and sadness, the tears of widows infusing the bricks in the mortar of this building. But on the other side of that, there were many weddings as well, brides and grooms of all persuasions and religions and faiths stood in this very same spot as well, embracing an energy of love and unity. The very building itself, from the moment it was first conceived, cornerstone laid, foundation built, bricks, roof, from that very moment of conception, this building was created with the intent of love and seeking a greater good for all. From that to a restaurant, that served foods that were grown right here in the backyard. Vegetables and herbs and spices infused with the very magic of this land. An antique store.
A French restaurant.
French restaurant. An antique store started by a woman who saw the magic of this building, though it sat vacant and abused. Couldn't drive by it without saying, that building will be mine, and she made it hers. Sold antiques, and what are antiques but possessions that were kept out of love, handed down from generation to generation, family to family.
Those were the items that weren't burned in cold winters. You know?
Those were the items that weren't left abandoned in the plains during a crossing from the east to the west with hopes and dreams. Those antiques were the survivors. Again, a balance. From antiques to weddings.
French restaurant in between.
And a French restaurant in between. You love the French restaurant, don't you?
I would like to have seen it at that time. I've not seen pictures of it.
I would too. But what I love about the energy of this building is every iteration of its existence, every role that is played to the inhabitants within, every function it has served has come from a place of love and service. Community. Generations of people have passed here before us and have called this building different things. But it always served the same purpose, the same function, to love and to serve. Isn't that our function? To love ourselves, to love one another, and through that love, serve. Of all the trials and traumas and tribulations and issues that our ancestors have gone through, they would not have survived without love. Determination. Desire. Hope. All of those traits contributed to their survival, passed down generation from generation, father to son, mother to daughter, year in, year out. The only thing passed down are the successes. You are a product of each and every one of those successes. How do we honor those ancestors that gave us this gift?
May I?
Yes?
I think we need to be maybe a little more clear, because you said that all the positives, the successes, get passed down, and not the failures. But I believe that some families do deal with.
Oh, I totally.
So be clear on that one.
I covered that in a previous talk, but yes, I'll hit on it again. Thank you, Gussie. You're exactly right. Let me collect my thoughts here for just a moment. If you could set me up, that would be good.
Well, I think that in our line of thinking, even the failures can be an opportunity for success.
Yes.
It's just that oftentimes generation after generation allows that failure, that illness, that dark mark on the family name, they allow it to perpetrate
And
grow and become a real almost entity in and of itself.
Yes. And I was going to lean into that too, because as we are products of all of those combined successes, it's also up to us to understand the shadows that contributed to those successes.
Exactly.
Because there's still a balance.
Exactly.
In order to mend, you have to first break. To know what broken is one point you would have had to have healed something.
And healing hurts.
Healing does hurt.
If it hurts, that means it's healing.
There's that balance. And that's what I was going to say is, how do we honor our ancestors for contributing to our very existence? Their combined successes carried on through us. How do we honor that? By dealing with those shadows. Those broken bits and pieces that have also been handed down from generation to generation, mother to daughter, father to son. Understanding that there is a sacred balance, and in order for us to fully embrace who we are as a magical, sovereign, spiritual being, we have to learn to walk our path while working through our shadows. Not ignoring them, not responding to them with a broken ego, not taking your hurts out on others, those things that I'm prone to doing, you're prone to doing. We honor our ancestors by accepting that hurt people hurt us, and we have a choice to hurt others back or to understand that there is a balance.
Hurt or heal.
Hurt or heal. None of us get out of this life alive, but many of us die long before our body does. You take those generational traumas, those hurts and pains that have been handed down, father to son, son or mother to daughter, and we allow them to continue to manifest as real entities, real forces, real aspects in our life, controlling who we are, how we act, how we react. It's time to unwind that energy from our lives. And we can't do that with words alone. I ask all negative energies that influence my life to be unwound and cast back to the universe to be refreshed, reused, and reused as new. Only works if I accept what that negative energy is within me and take steps towards dealing with it, leaning on others that are leaning on you. All of us leaning in on one another, working through those traumas and those hurts and those pains and those issues. Allowing our stories to be told without the fear of judgment.
Hashtag
withstanding. I am a broken person. I make broken decisions. I make hurtful choices. Do I do it every day? I used to. I'd like to think that those issues crop up at fewer intervals in my life now. And I've done it not by blaming those that hurt me, but by accepting that they have no more control over me. That's how I honor my ancestors. The candles around me are the combined fires of all of our ancestors. They are the hearth fires of hearth and home. They are the fires that warm the soul. They are the fires that lit their paths. cook their food. They are the fires of life and light. Though those fires are extinguished, the coals grown cold, the ashes cast to the four directions, the energy of those fires still live on as coals. That coal, that burning coal within you. That fire in your belly. That is the combined fires of all of your ancestors. That is the fire I light now. That fire in our belly is the result of the coals left behind from our ancestors for us to build upon, to blow into existence, to ignite from coal to flame. That flame lights our path. That flame lights the path of those around us. I now extinguish that flame to allow the smoke of our intentions to rise to the sky, to the element of air, that air that which we breathe. Breathe it in. Breathe in that magical intention. Send it to every part of your body, every cell, every vessel, every nerve. That is the magic of healing. That is the magic of our ancestors coursing through our veins, igniting that inner fire. Smoke touches the outer limits of the sky where the space, the universe, envelops us. That universe, that place that all that is, can, and will be exists. The potential of anything and all is there for you to grab. Take hold of it. Pull it in. It is yours. I'll be back at the top of the next hour. Oh, I need to read the list now. I almost forgot. Peter Collette, Charlotte Turner, Dorothy Craig, Louise Turner, Morris Turner, Fern Collette, B. Collette, Harold Clark, Helen Hewitt, Merrill Hewitt, James Clark Sr., Marion Clark. These are the ancestors named. No less important than the ancestors unnamed. It is their combined chain that we are connected to. By saying the ancestors' names that we know, we also honor those that we will never know. The stories untold today were stories told back in the day. Those stories are a part of who we are now. Let the stories that we write be just a little bit better than the ones we lived. Don't mind the background noise here. I'm just checking on the stream, checking on the candles. I see I have a couple I need to replace. I'll be reading a list of ancestors' names again here shortly. These are the flames of our ancestors. The element of fire, the element of light and light. We thank it for contributing its energies to our ceremony. slow for me to pull out and it gets too soft to pinch hold of, really. But a handy dandy corkscrew. Comes in real handy for that particular problem. These are the flames of our ancestors. May it light our way. See, it's saying it's just an old corkscrew. Tool that I sometimes use if the candle burns too low for me to grab hold of. Quite an old antique screw that one is, or corkscrew. I don't know how old it is. I venture to say it's late 1800s. Second. These are the flames of our ancestors used to light our way. It's the element of fire, the element of life and light. We thank you for contributing its energy to our ceremony tonight. Some of you have probably noticed that I pinched the flames out. It's something I do when I intend on using the same flame to light another candle. If my intention was to end the ceremony or end the use of the candles, that's when I would blow the flames out. Blow that energy outwards into the universe to be recycled, renewed, and reused once again. By pinching the candle out, I don't yet disperse that energy. My intention is to continue to use it throughout the ceremony. This is the fire of our ancestors used to light their way. This is the element of fire, the element of life and light. I thank it for contributing its energy to this ceremony tonight. Looks like I have one more I need to deal with. I let that one burn way too low, didn't I? You know, as we go throughout the course of this ceremony, we started it at 9 a.m. this morning. It officially won't be over until probably about 10 p.m. tonight. We're gonna go through a lot of candles. A lot of them. I've probably gone through 20, 22 candles so far. I'll go through just as many. It's probably 50 candles by the time it's all said and done. Earlier today I was talking a bit about how energy in this building has been nothing but love. It's foundation built by parishioners with love in their hearts. The proprietors of a French restaurant that inhabited the building served the community with love. Antique store, wedding chapel, home to Gussy and Grymm's Coven stead in a way. Every iteration of this building dedicated to the service of love and community. Brings me back to the candles. The candles that you see burning have only been burned once before. These candelabras, these candle holders here, before every wedding, brand new candles are placed on it. The bride gets to see them lit, fresh and anew. At the end of the ceremony, the flames are extinguished and the candles typically are tossed in some locations, but here, the wedding chapel celebrations, they take the old candles and they put them in a box. Put new candles in. After the next ceremony, blow the flames out, take them out, and before long you have a box in the back of the room that's just chock full of one-time used candles that when previously burned, the energy of that flame, the fire, the element of light and life, played witness to a wedding ceremony, a union between two souls coming together as one. The ultimate culmination of two lines of ancestry becoming one. That's what these candles are infused with. And then periodically, Gussy and I will have a ceremony of some semblance that we're holding, big or small, and we'll need candles. We go to that big box of love. And we sort through those candles. So that way the light that lights the way in front of that ceremony, that little envelope of energy that it creates, is infused with love and hope, and desire and dreams. These are more than just candles. They are true magic. I'm going to let this one burn a little too long. I'll have to use the corkscrew again, I'm sure. This is the fire of our ancestors. Fire that lit their way. This element of fire, the element of life and light. I thank it for contributing its energy to this ceremony tonight. And with that said, I'll be back a little later to read some more ancestral names. Stay magical. Can't resist food.
wood and dirt and build up that church. Good kitty.
Kitty's still here. It's time to go through the next batch of names. This hour and the next hour are going to be names not submitted to us by you, but names on our own ancestry, names that we would like to honor and bring forward. I've always been one to listen to the stories of our elders. Nothing really brought me greater joy growing up than hearing the stories that my elders had to tell. I sometimes wonder if the very hearing of those stories influenced how I turned out in the end. Was I different now because I had heard those tales? Not all the tales were great and wonderful and filled with happiness. There were also stories of sorrow and sadness and despair. But I can say for a fact that hearing those stories growing up, sitting on my grandfather's knee or curled up on the floor as Grandma told me the story of how my dad buried treasure, all of his favorite toys in the woods somewhere and then lost the map. As I listen to those stories, I now know that they turned me into or contributed to my love of storytelling. Every story I heard growing up was of some ancestor doing this or that or the other. I heard stories of conquest, of war. I heard stories of love and friendship. I got an understanding of where my family came from, where my roots are. It was woven into the very foundation of who I am today. And as a storyteller, I find myself that the stories that I love to tell the most aren't current events. They're the tales handed down from generation to generation of other families that I like to collect. The names that I'm going to honor this hour are the names of those in my family that through story and action helped mold the man that I am today. My grandfather, Frank, on my mother's side, my mom's father, tall, gangly man, 6'5" at least, or at least he seemed to be bigger than the world to me. Big hands, Long, lanky body, though. Big heart. But one of the stories that he told me many, many years ago was from his youth. He was just a young man, really, living in North Dakota. North Dakota, where the wind and the cold take on a life of their own in the winters. He can remember it being so cold in the depths of winter that when out feeding the cattle, the handles on the pitchforks would snap under the weight of just the hay. Brittle. Cold that would suck the life out of you. That was his home. But the balance to that was the other side of the story, the summers, where the winters would be taking the life from you due to its bitter, harsh cold. The summers, the spring brought life, invigorating the soul. My granddad grew tired of those seasonal cycles of North Dakota, and as a young man thought he would move up on his own, or move out on his own, stake his own claim. He bought himself a small herd of cattle, and by himself drove that herd from North Dakota to eastern Washington, through what is now Yellowstone National Park. My granddad saw Mount Rushmore before it was carved, a national park before it was named so. By himself, he led this herd of cattle over the mountains and into eastern Washington to stake his claim. He was just a young man. Did this on his own. When he arrived in Washington State, he knew he still had to find a way to make a living. So the Olympic Peninsula he went to of Washington State. He helped build roads going up to a national park, now called Hurricane Ridge. When a time came for him to get married and he met his wife-to-be, he swore that it would be the Olympic Peninsula that he would spend his life with her. He made a life for her in eastern Washington. But to give her a taste of what she was in for in her golden years, after the wedding, he honeymooned with her at a little lodge in Discovery Bay in Washington State, just outside of Port Townsend, Washington. 6 little cabins lined up in a row on a hillside overlooking the water, backdropped by forest, back then untouched by highway. That's where he spent his honeymoon. And then back to eastern Washington, where he raised his family, his children, raised on the farm. Eventually the farm was no more, and he was head of security to a Port of Wilma, Clarkston, Washington. Dedicated himself greatly to that job, and when it was finally time to retire and say that work was no more, he retired to the town of his dreams, the city of dreams, Port Townsend, Washington. I grew up hearing stories of his youth, but it
It wasn't until his golden years, his retirement, if you could call it such. He still worked hard at helping my father with the landscaping business they had founded together. Still acted as a manager to a mobile home community. Still stayed productive and active in his community. But it was that time of his life that I really started to listen to the stories that he told. That's when I started to understand that my parents are people too. I started to see deeper into why they made decisions that they made that led to problems that they had had in their lives, or in how I perceived it to be. But by listening to my grandfather's tales, as a grown man now reflecting back, I can better understand the point of view of how I was raised. How those deep-seated traumas inflicted upon me in my youth, looking back upon them in retrospect with unshadowed eyes, I can better understand the motivations and the whys as to how it happened. It's in that way that I can not only understand some of the things that took place, but I can forgive as well. Because I came to an understanding that my parents were nothing more than broken souls doing the best they could with what they had. And believe me, they did great. Don't get me wrong. I have nothing but the greatest amount of love and respect for my family, my mother and my father both. But I can also accept now that they were just broken people doing the best they can with what they had. And in doing so, they inflicted some traumas and pains upon me that manifested through me into my children. I saw myself raising my children in the same way that my parents raised me, or if there were those things that I swore I will never do that to my kids, I would go to the other extreme. As a parent, those many years ago, raising my children before they went off on their own, I wish I would have had a better understanding of the idea that the best way to fix this broken world is to stop breaking our children. The lessons of our ancestors are to be tools that we use to improve how we interact with our youth, how we raise our youth, how we love our youth. The only way that we can live those lessons is by letting go. And understanding that the family members of the past that inflicted wounds upon us were nothing more than broken people doing the best they can or could with the tools they had. Take those hurts and those pains and turn them into lessons that you can teach the next generation not to do. Teach our children how to not live in fear, in pain, in hurt. Teach our children that it's better to fight for who we are than to acquiesce to others at the sacrifice of ourselves. It is by learning the stories of our ancestors that we can teach ourselves to be better tomorrow than we are today. And then the lessons that we pass to our children will come from a less shadowed place. And instead of generation by generation, we fall further into chaos, we can start to pull ourselves out of this mess. We don't have to be perfect parents. It's not possible. But we can be parents that don't pass our shadows on to our children. This is the fires of our ancestors. It lit their way. This is the element of fire, the element of life and light. The candles around me are the fires of our ancestors gone cold. The ashes of their fires cast to the four winds, absorbed back into the earth. But their inner fire, their inner glow lives on through us. This fire in the cauldron is that inner fire in us all. This is the fire that drives us, that motivates us, that pushes us to be better tomorrow than we are today. Bear with me as I get the fire actually going. Sometimes takes a minute. Just like in ourselves, that inner fire that burns deep in our belly, the flames can grow low and the coals grow cold. But there's always a spark. That spark is that energetic vibration that connects you to your ancestors. It's their inner fire, still glowing in the universe, that place of infinite possibility. When we find our fire, our inner glow dim, draw upon that flame that our ancestors lit before us. Use it to reignite that coal within you and let it build slowly until the coal's flame grows and becomes a flame of passion that drives you towards your greatest and highest good, led by the magic of your ancestors. Into this flame I cast all of our hopes, dreams, wants, and desires. I push into the flame all that it is that I wish to be as a person, as a father, as a husband, as a human being. This fire is my inner passion, my inner glow. May it burn bright, strong. May it light the way for myself and for those around me. May the smoke of this fire rise to the sky, into the air which we breathe. Draw in that magic, the magic of our ancestors, the magic of our inner fire, the magic of our own desires. Draw it into your body. And release all negative things that no longer serve your greatest and highest good. The ancestors that I am going to read now are those of my own line: George, Frank, Bud, Mary, Dee, Dawn, ancestors of the Gardner and Andor line and all lines mixed in with those, I honor you. I graciously accept the lessons that you have learned into my heart. I understand that some of those lessons were learned with pain, but many were also learned through love. I accept both. I'll be back in about another hour with another list of names. Stay magical.
Just me again checking on the live stream. Looking at the kitty. You know, sorry about that. I got distracted for a second. I just wanted to come back online real quick and say, I challenge you to surprise me with an old family name. Somebody in your family line that had a really unusual name. I'm going to start with one of mine. His legal name, King El Dorado. It's a name that he legally went to after abandoning his given name for crimes that he wanted to hide from. Who's in your family line that's got a cool name story? Never mind the background noise, it's just me checking up on the live stream here. We'll be reading another round of names here in a while. If you have ancestors that you would like us to honor in tonight's ceremony after this live stream ends, please put them in the comments so we can get them worked into that. Every hour since we started this live stream at 9 a.m., as close to on the hours we can get, I've been reading off some of those names. Can you guys hear us walking around here in the chapel? Can you hear that squeaky floor? I've been debating with myself whether or not I should try and remedy the squeak or just let it happen. What do you guys think?
Just let it happen.
Just let it, Gussy, that's your vote.
Yes.
I guess there's one advantage to it is you don't have to worry about serial killers sneaking up on you. I see I have a couple of people watching right now. How long have you been watching for? I don't know who it is that's online with me, unless I see a comment. Let the squeaky floor stay alive, Susan. Yep, I figured you were the one of the two that's on right now. Well, that kitty cat has spent, I think, the better portion of this entire live stream sleeping. When they say cats can sleep 23 hours a day, they mean it. back in just a little bit with some more names. You've been online all day, Christy? I think Susan too. Wow, well, thank you. Hopefully not just staring at the screen. Can you see the pup sitting on the stage now?
starts to surround us here at the old church. I guess it's time where I feel more comfortable now coming forward and talking to you about another aspect of this ancestral journey. For those of you that are sensitive, like me, some of you may wonder what it feels like to contact people on the other side of the veil. You might wonder what it feels like to have a connection to an ancestor. How did my story begin? And where did this all transpire? And how did I know? How did I know for sure? And the first thing I want to tell you is never stop questioning yourself. You can trust your intuition, but never stop seeking for something a bit more. Maybe the next time you will see things from a higher perspective. I don't mean to say that it isn't great to reach a level of understanding with yourself and stay there for a while, because it certainly is when you're going through the levels of spiritual development. But when it comes to communicating with spirit, I always have some checkpoints that I go through each time. So I know that what I'm communicating is something clear and not something that I'm just somewhere deep in my psyche dredging up my own inner voice, right? My own bruised ego, my own shadows. How do I know? For some of you, like me, it started off when you were very young. Some of you just have this innate ability to sense an energy shift in the room, to sense, and a lot of people have felt this way, by the way. This is a great description of it. Have you ever been standing in a room and you can sense when someone else walks in? For some of us, we can sense that presence of someone entering the room when there isn't anyone there. I went through a period of self-doubt, wondering if what I was hearing in my head was just me making up stories, but soon I realized that the answers to the questions I shouldn't know. And when I asked the ancestors and I heard responses in return, I knew, Akashic records or no, ancestor guidance or otherwise, that I was in touch with something deeper than myself, higher than myself, if you will. And there's a trusting that comes along with that. When I reach across the veil, and I'm telling you, today I've stayed away from the camera for most of the day because the energy around here today is just incredible. It's just, some of you have felt it just kind of pulsing through the camera, but the whole building is just really soaking up the energy, welcoming back in the ancestors that are here for our greatest and highest good, recognizing not only our own ancestors, whether Grymm has read the list or not, or you're thinking of your own list in your heart, but also how we're all so connected. My story joins with your story, joins with Grymm's story, joins with Susan's story. We're here together and celebrating our unity as not only a human family, but an energy tribe, a vibrational tribe of people that are finding solace in one another's words, are finding understanding in one another's responses and the way that we all interact. It's a beautiful thing. Guided by our ancestors, make no mistake. I know that there are some names that need to be added to this list. Remember, you want to help me with the flame?
Candle to light from.
Oh, I feel like holding this one.
These candles, these flames, represent the fires of our ancestors, the fires of their hearth and home, the fires that lit their way, that warmed their bodies and soul, the fire that cooked their food.
I call upon our beloved dead. In this divine space where we are connected to the God Goddess, Mother, Father, creation energy. We call our ancestors here to us now in this time, in this space. From our hearth to their hearth. From our hearth to your hearth.
The fires of our ancestors' hearths have grown cold. The coals turned to ash. The ash blown on the winds to the four corners, returning back to earth as new elements to create life. We call upon that fire now to ignite our own fire, the fire of community, a fire lit from the hearths of all ancestors.
May you continue guiding us forward in our own next best step. May your wisdom and clarity be the light that shines in front of us. May our way be clear. And may our love and understanding for not only ourselves, but one another just continue to grow and increase and improve. And so it is.
This fire burns with the combined desires, passions, dreams, wants, manifestations, and magic of us all. May the smoke from this fire rise through the sky into the very air that we breathe, the element of air now infused with the magic that we want to manifest, we will manifest, we have already manifested.
The names of my family. Helen Toops. Lemuel Toops. Stephen Toops. So many names coming rushing forward through much longer list, but I suddenly feel overtaken by just the presence of those that I feel near right now. I wish that you were physically here with us in the presence of the energy. You know, it's not only the cauldron energy that Grymm has been carefully tending all day, but Boog lending his energy and the ancestors here and the very church itself and all of you.
If you feel this cone of energy that we have created around us, this cone that wraps around us, pointing directly into the sky to our ancestors, to the very universe, if you can feel that, let us know in the comments.
To those I've wronged, to those I've been wronged by, from those wounds and scars that I carry forward from previous generations and from my own past lives, I release that binding now. I release those tethers now. I release them to the flames, to the fire, to the smoke, to the ash, to the wind. May the unknown names of the unknown ancestors who died before us, whose names we'll never remember, but whose stories make us who we are today, carry forward in healing and in blessings for the generations to come. So it is. If y'all don't mind, I think I might just meditate here for a minute. Grymm's putting our stew on. I don't know what kind of stew this evening. We usually make stew, but I think tonight it's chicken noodle soup, isn't it?
Yes, I'm making homemade chicken noodle soup. Would you be able to tell the difference if I just opened up a can of Progresso?
John Proctor was named after his father, John Proctor. And he arrived in Massachusetts as a younger man with several of his siblings and big families back then. John was, from all accounts, a rather tall man. I don't know if he had just a perpetual grumpy look on his face, or he was known to be a man with a temper, but I know that he was considered stern. He ran a tavern, and he owned quite a bit of land in the little part of Salem, a little town next to it named Ipswich. And if you're familiar with that part of the country at all, you'll know that they're pretty near right next to each other. And he was a man of faith. He had lost his first wife and married another, and that was common back then, but he had a blended family. And at the time that he was accused of witchcraft, he was in his 60s. I know that many of those people imprisoned at that time, in that horrific part of our journey together. I know that many of them were faithful people, but yet they didn't consider working with herbs and chants and spells to be necessarily an evil and wrong thing to do. There were many times throughout our generations that those two things have converged and intersected and haven't quite meshed in the past. That was one of them. I believe that in the days that led up to him being hung, wife was pregnant. She was also in prison. His sister, and I believe several of his children, older children, were imprisoned. It was a real mark on the entire family's name. I'm sure in such a small town as that, and such a Puritan town as that, to be associated with any of those families for a while was rather risky. I'm sure that they thought that the greater good would win out. These were, after all, their neighbors, their friends, people that they attended services with, people in the community that they had bonded with through harsh winters and difficult illnesses. Yet, we all know how it ended for at least John Proctor and a rather large number of fellow people from that area and era. course, the witch hunts and the trials don't stop there. They stretch way back, way back, way back. When Grimm's talking about those ancestors that we don't know their names, we wouldn't recognize their stories, those are the ones. Many that weren't even given a trial. People that at one point neighbors and friends were turning to for help, remedies, and healing. And in the next breath would turn on them and say, I felt something was wrong from the beginning. I don't trust her. She's evil. For those of us, and there are many, that are affected by that witch wound, let this be a new peace, a new level of understanding in our hearts. That we stand for not only ourselves, but all of those folks that came before us, that dared to shine the light and hold out their hand and offer assistance and help to someone in the dark that needed it. I honor John Proctor. I honor my ancestors that have given so much in their beliefs, in their faith.
Only to be labeled a witch.
I know some people are still afraid to use that term, witch, afraid to use the word witch. And I understand. I do understand. I feel it to my bones. I feel it beyond that. It's a shiver of truth, I know. I know that it isn't easy to claim that title, because we don't know where it's going to lead. But I can only continue to count on our ancestors to help light the way, that this time, this part of history doesn't need to be repeated. This time, we can walk together in the light, together forward toward the next best step. Not in condemnation, but in community. That's my request, that's my petition. Boy, Boog is a persistent little sucker, isn't he? He's just been here all day long. I keep waiting for him to get up and stretch and move and do his cat thing, but he's just completely contented here in this space. So I'm thinking about reading the tarot cards from here. What do you think? I could, yes, Grymm?
Could Susan put a notice into the event and then put the board to be doing that?
Yes, if she will. Did you already talk to her about that?
No, I did not. But I was gonna do that before you did it.
Oh,
Okay.
Grymm was to do this, but now he's cooking, so if somebody wouldn't mind putting a note in the purple door that I'll be doing a live reading of the 3 cards today for this Tarot Tuesday. But I won't read them right now because I know that we need to let some people, maybe join us. It's a special night. I know a lot of folks are really very, very busy. If you have children, you're probably out celebrating. If you're an adult and you love Samhain and Halloween, you're probably out celebrating. We have, as Grymm mentioned, done this Perpetual Cauldron tradition in various forms and fashions. It hasn't always been this. Sometimes, we've had to alter it through the years because it feels like we're always in a different space. Only once or twice have we done it from the same. I think at the Coven stead we did 2 years in a row. But other than that, we've been kind of on the go. Not running from anything, no, just learning and moving on. Just really love the energy here right now.
Would you like a cup of tea, Gussie?
Would love a cup of tea, Grymm, thank you.
I will bring you a fresh hot cup now.
Thank you, my love. Tonight, when we gather at 9 p.m. for our ritual and closing of the Perpetual Cauldron for 2023, one of the steps in the process that we're going to do is read all of the names one more time for those of you that have submitted names of relatives who have crossed over. It can be bloodline relatives, it can be close, friends that are like family, whatever, whoever you consider an ancestor. We also put a call out for names of beloved pets that have crossed over, familiars, or fur babies that have been part of our families that we know are still there within our hearts and are still there. They're still there. We're going to read those names again this evening, and we're going to write them in our Book of the Dead. We have a book that we started many years ago together, and it went missing for a while. But it was our tradition to enter names into the book every year, and this would include folks that came over to the Coven stead or stopped by wherever I was living at the time for a reading if they wanted their ancestors honored on Samhain. We would write their names. And I lost this book for a really long time, and it's back this year. So we're going to start a whole new page for 2023, and we'll be writing names in there. I think while Susan or whoever is gratefully putting the word out there, graciously, whatever, that I'll be doing the tarot card reading here in a moment. I think in the meantime, I'm just going to chill here and meditate for a minute longer. So, energy is just really lovely, and now there's the smell of homemade chicken soup sort of permeating the space, so come on over. Mm. You know, as we enter this, for Grymm and I, just a very hallowed time of year. I find it's a good time to also unwind and release some of the folks that have come into our circle, into our lives. They've gathered, you know, we gather a number of people around us throughout the year. And not everyone is meant to stay forever. And so for those of you that are out there, you know, there is nothing holding you back. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Except maybe your own thoughts and limitations. That's often what gets in the way, isn't it? Thank you for the tea, Grimmer.
You're very welcome.
And the cat sleeps on. Oh.
I started Witterson's.
You know what I wanted to do, and I completely forgot to mention it. You stirred at Witterson's. Well, thank you. I wanted to try Reverend Patience's tea.
Oh, we can do that tonight.
That's a great idea. Reverend Patience sent me some tea samples. My friend, my sister, certainly. And so I've been waiting because I've had this nasty cold, and I really couldn't taste much of anything anyways. But I'm on the mend now and looking forward to trying the tea. I have 2 different flavors. I have to figure out which one. I'll let you know. That's a good cup of tea, sir.
Is it?
It really is.
And I gave you the cauldron teacup because I figured it kind of matched the theme.
Yes, I love this teacup.
/ soup bowl.
/ cereal bowl.
You could probably get away with doing your 4 cards Tarot Tuesday anytime.
Okay. I was thinking maybe one of these lovely folks would timestamp it so that we can go back through and slice this little section out so that folks don't have to watch all 12 hours of this live stream to find the
Okay.
Tarot Tuesday reading. So if someone wouldn't mind doing that, that would be just remarkable.
The bee's knees.
Right. In this sacred space, I connect with all that is, our own past lives, higher selves, any and all from realms here and beyond that we can see, and those that are also unseen. I feel a tremendous pulse in my hands, and so this is a wonderful opportunity to stir into that beautiful cauldron of peace that we create every night, that beautiful witch wave of peace that we contribute to on the 28th of every month. It's energy, both giving and receiving, those that need it, those that give it, interchangeably. It's all around you. me as the words that I say, may they be the words that need to be heard. May they resonate with those that need to hear them, and may they be heard clearly and with understanding. Those that remain close and called to our community and our coven, and so it is. All right, those of you that picked card number 1, let's see what it is. I know it's a reverse card. Boob just was really invested in reading these cards with me, and so he kind of moved them around a little bit, but I know that this did come out in the reverse position. It is the 7 of Cups. Now let's see what this has to say. You know, there is a big part of you that I know you're letting yourself come forward now more than you ever have before, really. There are some people in your life that you've allowed to truly see who you are, even if it's for just a glimpse right now. Somebody that you trust. And I know that comes at a price for you, but I know trust doesn't come easy. There is still a bit of cloud of mystery around this. It's as if there are parts of yourself that you're still not quite ready to see. And the ancestors want you to know that it's okay. There isn't a timestamp that you need to punch in by. There isn't a clock that you need to follow. This is your path. And so, as Grymm and I sit up here and share our words about the ancestors and ancestral magic, and if you don't feel a connection with that, if you don't feel anything, that's okay. That can also be part of the process. It's like there are portions of us that stay masked, even to ourselves. Those deep, dark parts are the parts that are the hardest to see. Those shadow boxes have been on that shelf for a really long time, and they're covered with so much dust that they fade into the very background of the very back of the closet itself. Don't put yourself on some type of a time frame to achieve this goal. Allow it to unfold as it's naturally meant to in your life. And don't scold yourself. All that does is kind of set you back to zero. So take each day as a chance for a new beginning. You want to spend some more time meditating and putting some time and effort into your spiritual life? Then take that time. Pause for peace at 9 p.m. Follow us at 4:20, or do something with someone somewhere, or by yourself, light a candle. Follow your inner peace. Don't let that go. Don't let that go because you don't have time. You'll find your connection. All right. Card number 2. This is also in the reverse position. It's the Fool card. Ooh, I love the Fool card. Sometimes you are waiting for the exact right moment for something to unfold. I know that you like to have your ducks in a row, and after all, who doesn't? We all like to know what's coming next. That makes complete sense. It's nice to know the next step you take, things aren't going to crumble underneath you. But in a nod to our ancestors, I need to point out that many of them would not have made any gains in life had they not stepped out into the unknown. Whether you feel that you know some of your family stories of people moving across the Atlantic Ocean or being brought across the Atlantic Ocean or whether willingly or unwillingly, or if you know stories about your family moving west. Maybe you know stories about them moving even farther west, or maybe coming from the far west. We all have these tangled, wonderful web of stories, and so many of them involve people not knowing exactly what comes next, and not being afraid to step forward anyway. If you picked card number 2 today on this hallowed night, this night where the veil is thinnest, this night where spirit pulls the hats off witches when they're unsuspecting, that actually tickled. Just 1 second, Grymm. I have to get back to what I was saying. I was almost finished with this card when my hat was pulled from my head. Those of you that know my hair know that my hair holds on to anything that it touches. It's like Medusa hair. The fact that this card, the Fool, is in the reverse position tells me that some of you are actually getting to that point where you really are willing to let go. Really are willing to let go and perhaps see what it is like to be a little bit of a risk taker. Now that doesn't mean, reverting back to what life was like when you were in your 20s and you were out, partying all the time and whatnot. No, this is a much deeper type of risk taking. This involves stepping forward into what you truly believe, into what you truly know in your deepest heart. The ancestors are standing with you. Whether you feel them or not, they are there. And when you need guidance, you just need to ask. And when you are fearful of stepping forward into the unknown, ask them to uplift you and support you, and they'll be there. Know that in your heart. Am I tasting the chicken soup? Is it too hot?
No.
Are you sure? Oh, grammar. Needs a little salt. Needs a little oregano. A little garlic.
Okay. I need to replace a couple of candles here before you go on card 3.
A little cumin. Do we have that?
I think we do. These are the flames of our ancestors' hearts, the flames that lift their way, the flames that warm their hearts, their bodies, their souls. It's the flame that cooked their food. This is the flame of life and light. This is the element of fire. Thank you for lending your contribution to the energies and the magic that we are creating this evening. A couple of these got burned down so low earlier that I had to get a corkscrew. I had told everybody earlier also about where these candles come from.
I heard you, yes. We do try to repurpose them whenever we can.
Almost
giving me my hat back. I was going to show everyone that it was another one of Angela's designs that are available. You just need to contact me. It's a really cute hat. Thank you.
We're doing okay for now on the other side. I'll let you get back to card 3.
We're okay over there. Well, that one's getting a little bit low.
Yeah, I'll let you get to card 3 though.
Okay.
I don't want to break your bond.
Okay. Back to the cards, shall we? Card number 3. It's neither reversed or upright. It's in the sideways position, thanks to Sir Boo. But it is the Princess of Wands. And as an intuitive reader, I not only take into account the meaning of the card, but also what I intuit from the images. So I'll read it sideways, if you please. So this is for those of you that chose card number 3. You know, it seems like, I don't know what it is, but when you stop and take a look back through your life, it looks like you're always choosing the hard lessons. Like, and I know we go, well, come on, free will and all that, I'm not choosing difficult lessons, these things happen to me. But doesn't it ever occur to you that sometimes, had you made another decision in a different fashion, things would have maybe rolled a little more smoothly, but yet you took the road less traveled by. To quote that old Robert Frost poem, 2 roads converged in the woods and I took the one less traveled by, and it's made all the difference. Some people that read that poem and study that poem, I love that poem, wonder when he says, and that has made all the difference, is that a good difference? Has taken the road less traveled by had a positive, has it had a positive influence? Is that what the poem was intending? Or was Mr. Frost implying that perhaps taking the road less traveled by being a little more thorny and patchy and overgrown, that maybe he didn't move quite as far distant? I think that's open to interpretation, but I choose to think about it being the road less traveled, that not as many people have gone that way, so I'm forging my own path. Yes, I'm having to break through a lot of the overgrowth. I'm having to kind of clear my own way. But it makes complete sense to me to do it this way. And waiting for things to be perfectly lined up is not going, it's just not how life functions. It's just not how life functions. So, there's something here in this card as well about rebirthing for you. And I don't exactly know what that means for you right now. What is it that you're trying to rebirth or bring forward or bring to light? Is it that very spiritual side of yourself that we're talking about? I don't know, but it feels like you're on the edge of it. So tonight, as we honor our ancestors, as we light the cauldron, as we smell the smoke, and as we discuss the element of fire, allow yourself to connect with that is supposed to be taking shape in front of you. That next step, don't be fearful. There's an energy web around you that you can't see, that supports you. But you've got to work with it, and you've got to ask of it, and you've got to give to it as well. It's a give and take thing. All right. I hope that made sense and connected to everyone. Bless you, my dear. As always, bless you, my dear. Third one's a charm.
Thank you, my dear.
As always, if you'd like a reading from either myself or Grymm, we are both available. You just need to go to our website and you can book online through there. Openthepurpledoor.com, in case you're wondering. And I think I'm gonna go see what's up in the kitchen. Did you add some extra little things?
Yep, now the noodles have to cook.
All right.
I just added the noodles. It's a mighty tasty batch coming along there, though.
Feels like maybe you're supposed to be reading names or something.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
So,
Changing of the guard.
if you are watching this live stream right now and would like to have one of your ancestors or many of your ancestors honored in this ceremony that we're putting together, comment in the section below there, or in the comments below, the ancestors that you would like us to do that for.
And also, to keep this going, to help assist Grymm and I in keeping our message rolling out there and our live streams and what we do with our community. If you felt like making a donation, I think there's a donation link or something, isn't there?
It's paypal.me/GussyDupp. There is a pinned comment.
There's a pinned comment, okay. Yes. Much appreciated, not expected.
I need to know something.
What's that?
Did the candle that I thought I put in here fall out? Or did I not put a candle in here?
Oh, I don't know. It's not on my hat, is it? Because I'm telling you, this hat has its own magic for sure.
I gotta go grab 2 more candles.
This is a cute little hat made by my dear sister Angela T. And if you're interested in this one is, I believe this one is $35.
Yes,
So-
that is.
So reach out. This isn't meant to be a selling thing, but I know some of you are watching and you love these hats, so
Community.
yeah. So why not? Why not?
These are the flames of our ancestors, the flames that lit their path, that warmed their bodies, minds, and souls. This is the flames that cooked their food. This is the flame that kept them alive. This is the element of fire, the element of life and light. I thank you, fire, for contributing your energy to this ceremony that we are building towards tonight.
You know, that cabinet behind you, Grymm, that you're setting the spent candles upon,
Yeah.
was handmade by Christine's great-grandfather. And I don't know his name, but
Handmade.
handmade, and just, you know, the craftsmanship. I love it when I open the door, it has the smell of just old antique wood. And it's been in her family for a very long time. And
She also has a church pew from Ireland. Scotland.
No, I'm sorry, Wales.
Wales. We'll
2
get it figured out.
2 church pews from Wales.
2 church pews from Wales. And I swear, she uses it as a bench to sit on. but I swear it is the seat from an old Conestoga wagon. Conestoga wagon. Or a dead ringer replica.
Yeah, I love that. It's not very comfortable, but I can't imagine bouncing through, over rough terrain on a wagon buggy like that.
Oh,
One of those
no.
seats, oh my lord.
You know what else is here in the church? Is that old Civil War saddle that was actually sat on by, I can't remember, it was a colonel in the Confederate Army.
We'll have to ask Great. Great
Yeah,
will know.
Great would know the story, but it's sitting up there in the bride's room, stirrups and all. This building is surrounded by ancestors of so many different people and personalities.
Christine had asked me to honor 2 names from her family tree. So since we're talking about the church, I guess it kind of seems like a good time, even though we don't have the smoke rolling. I'd like to honor Grandma Ellen and Uncle Bob.
You know, it's not quite time to read the next set of names yet. 2 more minutes. But do you mind? Who's Great? We mention her a lot.
Do it.
We mention Great a lot. Here anymore we do.
So, Great is Christine's 94, almost 95-year-old mother who is just a fountain of information. Her mind is sharp as can be, and she's pretty healthy for her age. And she's just a delight. And so there are just, I've been a part of this family for so long, and Grymm has been as well, that there are just some euphemisms, and there's just a certain amount of wisdom that, she imparts just by speaking. And we really take great amounts of we relish the stories that she shares, and we don't take them for granted, those moments. Do we, Grimmer?
No, we do not. No, we do not. When I go down and visit with her, we can turn on the news, any channel, it doesn't matter, something on the news. And she can watch the broadcast and then go, God damn it, haven't we learned? Because that was happening, or that happened, or something like this happened back in, and she'll rattle off whatever event it was. And she's able to draw these correlations, but then twist them into stories that kind of have a magical twist at the end. She may not go around with the title of witch, but she is honorary witch in my mind.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. She's definitely an elder that has contributed to my understanding of magic and the world. 100% has helped shape who I am today. So she's alive, and she's doing well, and here's to Great.
May it stay that way for years to come. I haven't learned enough from her yet.
That's true.
Okay, I'm going to get a set from the next list of names.
You want me to move over here? So you can sit by the flame. Ooh. Easier said than done. Bring all my darkness with me.
snoring now.
Is that what I hear?
Yeah, occasional little snore. Oh no,
That's
that's the wind coming down the chimney.
Because it's snowing outside right now.
That is one thing about Michigan. In all the years that I've lived in the state, in the past and current, Halloween meant one of two things: snow and or ice.
Snow or ice. Well, usually rain.
Yes, rain early in the day. Today it was nice out. It looked sunny and bright, and brilliant, and then all of a sudden, it's Halloween.
Yep, that is true.
The fires around us atop these candles are the fires of our ancestors. The fire of their hearth, their home. Those fires have long been extinguished, the coals reduced to ash. The ash diffused to the four corners of the earth, becoming the very elements of life. Though those fires have long since passed, the heat, the energy has not yet passed. That glow, that burn in your belly, that inner fire, is the energy of that ancestral fire. That is this fire that I light now. Into this fire I put all of our wants, our dreams, our desires, our wishes, the things that we wish to manifest for ourselves, the things that allows us the ability to take our next best step as trauma-free as possible. Fire cannot destroy matter, it just transmutes it into a new form of energy. Fire reduces the elements it burns down to the base magical elements and turns it to smoke. May the smoke from this fire that carries all of our hopes and dreams, desires and wishes rise to the sky. The sky is air, the element of life, of breath. Breathe that potential in now. Breathe what you cast to the universe into your body. Feel it infuse your every cell. Sky touches the space, the universe that envelops us, bubbles us, that universe that is created for us, that space where our ancestors dwell. Reach out to them. They know the way.
These names I call in honor: Hortensia Hammer, Mabel Griffin, James Paul, Harold and Helen McMaster, Art Sandwich, beloved fur babies that have crossed: Grimmy, Sully, Luna, Tegan, Hooter, Acadia, Captain Tibbles, Sunny, these names we honor. Never forgotten, always remembered.
These names are the spoken names of those we knew. May they reach out to those that we did not and pass the stories down to us. We honor the ancestors spoken and unspoken. So mote it be. I don't know what time it is right now.
It's just a little after 7.
Okay, so in about an hour, we'll have another list of names
Yes.
that we'll be reading on.
And if you're wondering how to submit names, you can write them in the comments, and there are a few people that are helping us. Woo, Grimmer, keep track. Did you feel the heat from that candle? But also you could send me a text message, and hopefully I'll get it. I know a few of you have done that as well, so there you have it. Stay magical. I'll be back as well.
Susan to go through the comments and scour for any names that would be unique. She doesn't go very far back.
enjoyed the energy in this room so much, we decided to take our dinner down here instead of upstairs. Earlier today, I was talking about where we source our candles from, them being used once during a wedding ceremony and then put into a box. Each wedding, new candles get burned once, blown out, and put into a box. After a while, many of those candles get built up, so we use them in our ceremonies. And when they get too small to burn, the wax that is left over gets put into a box. After a time, we get a big box full of these tips and ends and broken off pieces and dripped off portions of wax. All of it burned with the intention of love through ceremony and or wedding. We then melt those pieces down and recast new candles. The energy of these candles used over and over again until nothing is left but the smoke that they turned into over time. Consider doing that with your used ends and bits and pieces of candles, blobs of melted wax. Recast them and reuse them the same that we unwind the energies from within ourselves that are negative to be recycled and renewed, rejuvenated and reused. I'm going to get back to my dinner now. Gussie,
Yeah.
I think Boog is trying to teach us some sort of lesson. I don't know what that lesson is yet, but he's been in that chair since we've started, other than a short couple of little breaks here and there. We'll be reading a new list of names in about a half an hour. Well, Kitty's waking up. He's been keeping the ancestors company pretty much since we've started. Yep, we're reading a list of names in about 15 minutes. As we stand here contemplating for those next 15 minutes, I've been inspired to talk about something.
Is it about how a cat can sit in one chair for like almost 12 hours?
I know, right? He originally laid down on the, well, he was in the chair for a while, then he got down on the floor.
Oh, right.
And then I picked him up and put him back in the chair, and now he's like, oh, okay.
This is where I sit.
Oh, I'm gonna need another black candle. I shall return. This fire represents the hearth fires of our ancestors. The fire that lit their way, warmed their hearts, warmed their souls. This is the fire that cooked their food. This is the element of fire, the fire of life and light. Thank you for contributing your energy to this ceremony today. Now it's done. Handy dandy corkscrew. Works every time. Anyways, as I was gonna say, we got about 15 minutes or so before our next reading of names. I wanted to talk a little bit more about ancestors, ancestry. There's many of us that I know, many people that I know, witch and not witch, that are intrigued by their ancestry, hunting down those lost names and adding them to their tree. Inevitably, they'll get stuck on a particular family line. They can't get past a certain point. For some of us, that happens sooner in the line. Others, the line goes way back before the names are lost. But when you reach that point where the names are lost and you can no longer trace back further on the tree than what you've already gotten, a different tool might be needed to help you find those long lost, long ancestral names. Have you ever been on a trip abroad, another state, another county, another town? And as you drive through the countryside of the cityscape of that community, you feel a recollection, a feeling that you've been there before? A sense of belonging or home or, wow, this feels kind of familiar, but it's yet different. You ever find yourself in a parcel of land out in the middle of nowhere driving along and suddenly you realize you're not using Google Maps anymore? You just know where you're at? Those are little clues into possible ancestral connections. Those places that you're drawn to, that feel familiar. That's where you want to start your next leg of investigation into your family line. I know that happens for Gussy and I. We have discovered family lines based on nothing more than a feeling while driving through a town or a cemetery or exploring the countryside on some long lost country road. I came to discover that a branch of my family helped found a town in this state. An area that I was drawn to, lived around, kind of knew my way around, although I'd never been there before. Come to find out, a branch of my family line helped found the town, founded the newspaper that town ran off of for many years. Ancestral connections. Gussy and I were driving through the countryside of Pennsylvania. We never take the turnpikes. We stay off the highways as much as possible. We take that road less traveled. And in doing so, we came across a tavern out in the middle of nowhere at a fork in a road in Pennsylvania. We drive along past that, and we come into this little community called Burnt Cabins. Gussy felt at home, drawn to, connected with, a part of that little community, not knowing why. Coming to find out, her family, way back in the day before Pennsylvania was even a state, played a role in the founding of that community. The grist mill, her great whatever had founded, built by his own hands, still stands and operates today. When you get lost in seeking those names that belong to your tree, go out and explore. If you can't get out of your home and explore those areas that you're drawn to, go online and research the history of those places. Discover the hidden names, the family lores. You may be surprised to discover that your family played a role in the founding of that town. I know we're supposed to read some more names. We've got a small list accumulated in the last hour or so. But I'm going to reserve those names for the reading at the last hour before we move into the ceremony. I'm going to tell another story of ancestry while I get the the next ancestral fire started. Way back in 1776, when the United States of America first declared its independence from the Empire of Britain, a war was started, a war between two ideologies, two ideas. A young man at the age of 16 living in Pennsylvania felt that call to war. Too young to pick up arms, but not too young to pick up the drum. He built the drum with his bare hands, harvested the materials from the lands, and went off to war, beating that drum at cadence in battle. In time, that war came to an end, and he returned safely home, confident that he had played his role in the founding of this nation. The drum was placed upon his mantle. There came a time when a man and woman fell in love and married, and that marriage produced a child, a son. When that son was but a young man, another war was called, a war in the lands of America. He too felt the call to attend, but he was too young to fight with arms, but not his father's drum. To battle he goes, carrying that drum, beating the cadence of war. He himself did not survive. Buried on a battlefield miles from home. But his drum was returned to his father, and on the mantle it sat again. Passed down to another son generations later who felt the call to war, the Civil War. Too young to fight with arms, he took up his great-great-grandfather's drum and carried it into battle, pounding out the beat to freedom, to the backdrop of war. War's conclusion, he still stood strong, uninjured and tall. He returns home and places that drum upon his mantle, and grows, falls in love, marries, and has children. The drum I speak of has been passed down from father to son for generations, used in many battles and wars in this land, from the Revolutionary War through the Civil War, the War of 1812.
It was used,
Here's the balance.
it was used as the cadence for the Star Spangled Banner, says a family legend.
And it's right, in family legend, that drum was used during the first public recital of the speaking of. It played the cadence to the narration of the Star Spangled Banner. First time ever put to music, to a beat. That drum now sits in the Smithsonian Institute. No longer on display, I don't think, but somewhere in its vast collection. A drum that was handed down from one generation to the next, to the next, to the next. That drum belongs to Gussy's family line. Each person, each member of her family that held that drum, touched that drum, saw that drum, heard that drum, played that drum, helped create the tempo, the beat, that is now Gussy's heartbeat and my daughter's heartbeat. Whether they were on the right side of history or not, These brave members of her family picked up that call to battle and chose to fight not with arms but with the drum. I honor. You fought for what you thought was right for you and your family, your community, your nation. Regardless of how it turned out, I honor you. At 9 p.m., we'll be reading off the last of the names. Then we'll be going offline for approximately half an hour. We'll be coming back online with the new live stream where we'll be conducting the Perpetual Cauldron ceremony itself. If you'd like to have family names included into that ceremony, please message one of the Dupps, put it into the comments, send Gussy a message. However you need to do it, please send us those names. Stay magical. See you at 9.
Never mind the background noise and just come in to check candles and whatnot. If somebody here could timestamp the comments, the current time in the live stream, how long at what point we're at. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail, but we just experienced, and I'm really hoping that we caught it in the background video that we're filming right now, a paranormal event, a phantom voice in what is now the bride's room here at the church. So if you could mark the time, how far we're in. Later, when I can, I will go back and listen to this live stream at that timestamp, or about 5 minutes prior to that timestamp. Even Callie, she was laying on the floor there in the bride's room, and moments before the voice, she started howling a little bit, her little barky howl, and she ran to the door that leads into the office. And that's where we heard the woman's voice shortly thereafter.
I shall return later. This is the fire from the hearth of our ancestors. The fire that lit their way, the fire that warmed their homes, their hearts, their souls, the fire that cooked their foods. This is the fire of life. Element of fire, the element of life and light. Thank you for contributing your energy to this ceremony this eve. This is the final session of the 12-hour live stream honoring the ancestors' Perpetual Cauldron. After we read this list of names, we'll be going offline for the next half hour. Then at 9:30, we'll be coming back live for the ancestral ceremony. There are some of you that are watching this that have been essentially online with us for the entire 12 hours, contributing your energy to this moment in time. Thank you. There's some of you that have been in the background helping us stay on track with the names that have been submitted. We thank you. Every year for the last, since 2015, we've been hosting the Perpetual Cauldron. Year in and year out, every Samhain, Samhain. I heard my daughter's voice because every time we say Samhain, she looks at us, winks, smiles, and says, it's spelled Samhain. She likes to give us a hard time. But every Samhain, we light these flames. And though when the night has passed and the coals have gone cold, the energy that we manifested this day moves on, travels through the air in the form of smoke, drifting through the creaks and the crevices of this old building, drifting into the outside and into the air, mixing with the atmosphere which is touched by the universe, by space, that place of infinite possibility, that home of our ancestors. This fire that I light now in the cauldron is that fire that burns within us all, that spark of creativity, of inspiration that turns into a fire of activity, movement, and manifestation. I place into these flames all those things that we seek to become, that we seek to know. These flames represent our aspirations and our dreams. May those dreams and aspirations drift upon the smoke, into the sky, into the heavens, to our ancestors, where they can see what it is that we most truly need to walk our best step, next best step. May we have the ability to hear their words as they guide us through this spiritual path.
We have some names to share. Lee, Joan, Marie, Christian, Larry, Echo, Victoria, Laura. Fred Sr., Fanny, Fred Jr., Aunt Stella, Cassie, Hargis Sr., Hargis Jr., William Lee, Pam, Danny, Aunt Marcia, Aunt Barbara, Alexandra Pashos. Ron Terpstra, Jane Mayotti, Anna Copeland Mayotti, Tallulah Slocum, I really hope we have them all.
Those are the names of the ancestors remembered. Not included in that list are the names of those not remembered, those names lost to history, to time. We call upon those ancestors as well to lend their energies to this moment and this time. This concludes the 12-hour portion of today's live stream, the submission of names. Thank you everybody who participated, who helped. Did you hear that? We're going to go offline now for the next half hour and be back at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time to conclude this year's Perpetual Cauldron. Thank you for your participation, your energy, and your support. Stay magical. We'll see you in a half hour.